Have you guys heard the news bot? This is a day where the news bot needs to be on. Okay, so we have a lot of news today. A whole lot of news. In 14 minutes, we have the Supreme Court tariff decision. We also have the Fed president speaking at the exact same time. There's really not much to do until that comes out. Betting markets have the Supreme Court voting that tariffs are illegal at like 77%, I'm pretty sure. I just don't see the Supreme Court going against Trump. I don't know. Maybe I'm pessimistic, but we'll see. Lagging so far on NQ after holding our 30-second opening range. Just rotating up to yesterday's 30-second opening range now, holding it as resistance. If we can get over 800, we'll be in a good position, but so far just, rejecting this. See what we could do. ES also holding our 30-second opening range. Yeah, I mean, I would assume, and also, you really don't want to be over leveraged into this or leveraged at all. Blow up your account for no reason. Ugh, I am so exhausted. So traders are pricing in a near zero chance of Fed rate cut in January. Traders are pricing in about a 50 basis points of Fed easing in 2026. This is what non-farm payroll looked like. Canadian employment. And now we wait. So Hassett is on Fox Business right now, speaking on tariffs. They say the Trump administration has a backup plan for tariffs. Alternative tools are ready almost immediately if the Supreme Court rules them illegal. Okay, what else do we need to do chart-wise? I think it's about as much prep as we can do into this. Just gotta wait. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna touch? There's 2 contracts per. Like, what are you talking about? The market is incredibly liquid right now. We're waiting on news. No trades, no ability to trade. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have a position open, you're crazy. I mean, I guess what you could do is that you could just buy evals for days like today on like 1 day passes, and then take a long and a short at the same time, and then pass an eval and fail an eval at the same time. If you wanted to like you could probably do that. I don't know if they'd honor it, but you probably could. Well, I mean, like you would, there'd be zero profits because you'd just be passing the test, but you would be able to pass the test really easy with the volatility. But you'd either fail or pass incredibly quickly. So that's why you'd buy, 2, play both directions, and then whichever one, then build a buffer on that account, and then play it like normal afterwards. There's no way that they would honor actual profits in a news like this. They would deny it for sure. But you could easily pass evals with volatility. Like if you made any sort of money with the on Apex or Top Step or anyone, like they would easily deny your payout because you're trading into in volatile conditions. It's built into their contracts. Yeah, but I mean, again, like I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that as a way to pass evals. If you know you're going into it, that you're going to fail or pass, right? Like just get it out of the way, and then you go and you build a buffer afterwards. Like that makes perfect sense. But some people aren't going to be able to afford to, you know, lose over and over again. It really, again, it goes back to what are you looking for and what do you see. Um, what's your strategy? Are you a volatility trader? Or are you? Hmm. I mean, then that would be great for your strategy. You're glad that I said what? Mm-mm. But I think it's fine to gamble on days like today. I mean, for evals, yeah. Your job is to pass their test. Use whatever tools available to pass their tests. But like if you can't afford to blow up eval accounts, then don't do that, right? Like that makes no sense. But if you can, then do it. Days with huge volatility, you have no better chance to easily pass evals than, right? Like, but it's a 50-50 chance if you fail or pass on those days. It's just something to think about. But again, like if you can't afford to fail evals, then it's not worth it. Just build up a buffer slowly, you know. Use like 3 to 6 micros and just build that account until you have like a, I don't know, a $5,000 to $10,000 buffer, and then you can play minis and then start taking payouts after that. Again, it really just depends on your financial situation and what kind of what you want to do. But I mean, logically speaking, there's literally nothing wrong with, you know, fast tracking and brute forcing their stupid test if you have the ability to. It's all about opportunity cost, right? At the end of the day, that's all we think about. That's all we care about. Yeah, the building buffer phase is the most important thing because that's what's going to give you peace of mind and the ability to trade correctly without the uh, the fear of failing. Right? You have to get over the fear of failing. No news yet, by the way. It's 10:04. I'm just my eyes are on financial juice, waiting for something to come in. Nothing yet. Oh, the U.S. Supreme Court will not rule in the Trump tariffs case today. Okay. Okay. Well, your volatility was just canceled, bud. Russell just filled gap. Okay. Well, interesting. We still have Powell speaking. He hasn't started yet. That will be here, I believe. We'll see. I mean, we can try a short off of this 75 to 95 small off of the 30-second opening range rejection for a push down to ETH low, but I'm not like incredibly happy with it. Yeah, like that makes sense. Okay. I only have one here. There might be a secondary leg here if we can push below ETH low, and then we can come back down to our same level that we've been playing around, that 580, 590, where this buyer's been absorbing into these lows, but we'll have to see. We just retraced our ES range from yesterday. If we can hold previous day POC to value high, that's a good for shorts as well. So we'll keep an eye on that on retest. We'll have a nice short continuation potential below this for rotation down to ADR. If this flips back over previous day value high and holds, then it rotates back up to 970 on ES. We need to see a very clear sell here where we continue to fail to push back above previous day value high and then get back below POC here if we're going to continue downwards. Again, we just rotated the full range, and now we are watching to see if this either flips. I didn't mean to do that. If this is going to flip and then build above with this going supportive, or if we are going to get back below now that this trade is played. We want to flip back below this. Same thing on NQ. We want this offer to hold here again after going to target. And we want to see this push down into here. Or we want to flip back above where this becomes supportive. And then we rotate up off of this for the bullish move and rotation back up. That move was a bit quick, I'm sorry for the move down, but let's see if we can get the flip now. You kind of just had to be ready. You can't rely on you just have to be ready. Let's see if we flip or if this holds. Upside move's done on ES after the flip and hold. Pushing back up to our value low here from PVZ as well as our VWAP. We're looking for a flip of 73.50 if we're going to go higher. Same thing on ES at this 26.25. Or 15, sorry. See if we can build above. Yeah, I mean, that's good. We failed the short, right, off of the retest, so you should be. Because we know where we're going. I took off first risk. A taco place. Nice. See if we can find a bid here as we push back into 515, 520. Famous tacos, true. That's what I'm known for. All throughout Cleveland. Good hold of our 30-second opening range here on ES and on NQ. Rotating back up to our highs. Off of a look below and fail. I mean, our magnet should be 790 here. We'll have to see if they take profits into this 760, 770 first, but 790 should be our magnet. I'm kind of just looking for that right now. But as we push up into these highs, just keep an eye on 70s first. But 790, 780 should be where you start to be looking at really take off some risk as we push into the taking off a little bit more here. Rotate up. Just into our PVC high. No reason not to. Same thing with the ES into our 81. But my full target will be that that seller that's sitting there at 790. ES retesting our edge, our 30-second opening range high, as well as our VWAP. NQ rejecting off our PVZ high and value high so far on the day, where we took profit, watching to see what we do on pullback. Still holding higher lows, no change in anything. Maintenance has to come into my apartment today. I put a note on my door, 24-hour notice, being like, we need to put a new battery in your water meter. Like, what? What? A battery in my water meter? No, I have gas heating. It's the only gas that I have. Dude, my electricity bill was so expensive here. I feel like I'm getting scammed. Last month, like 120. Yeah, and it's only me. And it's like I'm not using AC. And I'm paying for, like, I would understand it if I had an electric heater, but I have gas. So like, what did I just pay for? At my old place, my electricity bill each month was like $40. So I'm paying actually 3 times what I was paying at my old place. Make it make sense. Retesting our highs here where we took profits. Again, I'd like to see 790, but this isn't a bad take profit until we can push through. No, my rent went down significantly. I was paying so much money before. I mean, I'm still paying a lot of money, but like the other place was insane. Like, let's put it this way. Where I was living before has the most expensive dollar per square foot in Ohio. So anything is better than where I was. You said, what the hell? Pushing into our 790 target. See if we can flip or if this is all we get. There it is. There's your magnet. Crazy. Highs are 824. See if we can get up there or if we see sell side sit here again. Trade posted in chat. ES also has now done the full move into our target here at 90. Full range rotation off of the hold of our 30-second opening range. Now we're just being runners to see if we get the next leg. If we can build here, rotate up. Understand that we're at our reversion zone right now. This 800. ES has to get through this 90, flip it. Yeah, you're good. No, I'm not going to be on all day, but Mario will be here. I hardly ever do all day streams anymore, man. It's just not worth it. No, like if the market gets better again, where it's just juicy 24/7, then maybe I'll start doing them. But even then, I don't know. I was getting exhausted, man. Being here all day is just like such a drain on your mental health. And it's also like, what's the point of being here all day and making money and then like spending all of my time sitting in front of my computer? Like it just like didn't make sense. It's like draining me. It's like I'm gonna go live my life and spend some money. If I like go eat out and like let's like reward myself. I don't know. I'm really trying to chill. Because it's very easy to get it sucked into spending the entire day here and like feeling like I have to be here, and that's a terrible feeling for me. Been working on that a lot. But yeah, go enjoy yourself. That was a good trade. Let's see if we get a runners, if we can rotate up. I'd like to see if we can take out our highs. Should be able to at least go for like 840, 850. If we can take out this 24. Take out that ETH high here if we can build. Rotate up. We're watching for this. Sell side is going to try to hold this high here. We can see that we have a reversion signal. So you have sell side trying to maintain here. That's your risk into 15 right now. We can see that that seller is sitting at the POC of our previous highs. Right. I'm just gonna put this on here so you have a visual aid of where that seller is sitting. And how you can easily find that as a gauge. Taking out our ETH high there. Just move your stops up. See if we can flip it. ETH high is taken. All those guys just got stopped out. You see we just got a little loaded there. See if we can flip it on ES. There's not really much here until we can flip 7,000. My target still on this market is SPX 7,000, which is ES 7,040. I think options market wants us up at 7K on SPX. So we'll see. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but like I think overall it's probably where we're headed. Pushing into our target now here on NQ into our 40s. This is our fib target. Again, just move stops up. Good hold of our level. Rotation up. ES still has room, but this is ADR. A lot of selling here at 840. We get through this, we're in a pretty good spot for a continuation. If we can see like a very clear flip up here into these highs above this pivot, I'm looking at 960 as our next like big target that we'll be watching for, is this flip here. Like, we'll have to see if this is our seller and then we come down, or if we can build, but then it'll just be to our next zone, and then this would then just be our rotation up into this 960 area if we can flip that. So we'll watch to see what we do here. I'm just playing us zone to zone with my runner. There's nothing else to do. We bid and flipped off of our 30-second opening range. We've taken profit, and now we're in trend up. We've gone to full target. Now we, oops, I didn't mean to move that. Now we watch to see what we do. If I find another entry, I'll let you know, and I'll look to add, but this flip of 840 will be important if we can hold. $740 attempting to bid. It's good. See what we can do. New 15s have opened. Yes, beautiful hold of our pivot, rotating back up to highs. What's up, Surf? You would have just been sitting here anyways. Our first trade of the day was like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. We're watching now to see if we can build above this 40 and flip the 75 for rotations up. It's a big pivot. Listen, if you're cold, you're cold. If you're cozy, you're cozy. I get it. You know? I mean, both can be true, you know? Both can be true. Yeah, it's like 40 something here. It's crazy that it's colder. Yeah, it's about the same. Yikes. Watching as RTY pushes into VWAP to see if we get relief here. Same with ES and NQ as we push down into our 45.25 here on NQ, and ES into our 90 to 87, and RTY here into our VWAP. Just watching to see if flags can build and if we can get over our next pivots. Looking below our ETH high, watching. We want to see a bid get us back above 40s, or again, we're just going to continue to retrace back down to POC at 800s on NQ. It's just a structural fix. Overall uptrend is still intact, no change, but just need to build out this area after that large upside. We know we have a guy at 780, 800 on NQ, and we know that there's a seller at 840. So we need to get back above 840 for me to care, or we'll revert back down structurally just to this POC. But that POC is still incredibly bullish. So I'm just keeping an eye on it. Watching for Russell to find a VWAP bounce, ideally. Would love to see ES bounce our reversion zone edge at like 86. Or we're going to come back down to PVZ value into this liquidity that's down here. Pushing down into our POC now here on NQ. I'm watching to see if we find a bid here and can get back above, or if it's going to fail at our edge now and rotate us down. I don't have an answer for you yet. We're waiting for Russell to figure out if it's done selling or not. Watching Russell, yes, come down into our liquidity now at 84. This is POC of previous candle here on NQ. See if this bid can hold here. Yes, and we're getting a slight relief, but we have to get back over our pivot, right? 25 to 40. Or ETH high. So we retest. This will be where that offer tries to sit at our reversion zone, tries to hold, and then they'll try to rotate us back down to our value edge. We need to see the bid sustain, get us back above. This is our push down to our reversion target on ES off of the failure and flip of our pivot. NQ as well, retesting and flipping our reversion zone, pushing down into this liquidity. If we flip 75s, then we can look for rotations back down. Until then, this is where, again, we'll just watch to see if the bid can find a hold. If not, we return to our 30-second opening range where we took our long. If it's not apparent already, on volatile days, you trade less size with wider stops because the range is insane. So be aware of that. Be ready for that. Don't blow up your account today. Don't be an idiot. Remind yourself over and over again, don't be an idiot. Understand your market conditions, understand the range and the volatility that can be expected. Understand that you're not trading balance and that the ranges are huge and that one contract can make or break you today, even. So don't trade incredibly large because there's literally no need. Coming into our secondary target here off of that short on our reversion zone holding and then rotating down to PVC value. Same thing on ES. Reversion zone held as resistance on retest on the look below, and we rotated down to our value edge. PVC playing. Yes. Yes. Pushing down into our value. Now we'll watch to see if we get more or if this is all we get. This can come down as far as 50s here, technically, and still be fine. Further than that, we'll go down to 710 for a 30-second opening range test, but this is where we want to see buyers into this 50 to 70 area. Again, like, you might not be willing to trade, like, it's not a 10-point risk today. The ranges are huge. The volatility is here. So you need to be trading less size to make these areas work. Or you need to not be trading at all. So let's see if we find a bid here. This is just PVZ value. If we flip our value highs, then we'll then trade through our value to our secondary target. So right now you're holding your 70s, which is your PVZ value high, the green line, as well as POC on the daily. If we flip this, then we'll head down to that 688, which is our secondary target that is on chart from our indicators. Watch for our offer to be sitting at our reversion zone, as well as our ETH high is your first take profit at 810. Beautiful bounce so far. Again, 810, 840 is your next target. Watch as we push into our reversion zone. ES is already doing it. We bounced our VWAP and our PVZ, pushing back up to our reversion zone at 86.75. That is your target. Same with our 810s here on NQ from our bounce of our PVZ value high. There is literally no change other than a retest of our value edge right now and a pullback of our large mother bar candle. We're watching to see if we find a secondary buyer here on Russell to see if we can get this momentum continuation now that we've gotten the look below VWAP, or if this is all we get. Yo, what's up, Adrian? This is your first target here as we push up into 810 from our hold of our PVC value at 70. Watch Russell as we push into POC above, as well as ES into our 87, which is our reversion zone. This is where we would expect the offer to sit if we're going to make it lower high and keep these guys offsides up above us. Again, we got to flip 840s and make those supportive if we want any sort of ability to push. Or that'll be just this, same as before. This like 825, 840 is just going to slap us down. We either hold it as supportive or offer sits there and absorbs. 70 lows continuing to hold, just rotating back up, just ranging while we wait for Russell to make this higher low. No change on EOS as well. We've done the reversion trade, and now we're just going back up to our pivot. If offer continues to maintain up into these highs at 800, 810, then sell side's still in control, right? And we'll then probably revert down on a flip of VWAP. But until then, right, we're just bouncing VWAP. Small range, comparatively. Still a very solid range for us. But 70 bid still holding. You can risk off into top of range right now and just play this up. It's basically 1-to-1 right now. Until we can flip back above 40s and go for higher. Right? Basically 1-to-1. We need to see a flip back above this for any sort of continuation, or we'll continue to just hit our heads on it. By just holding our... oh, I didn't mean to do that. We're just holding our value edge right now. This is our value edge. If that's not clear. And then we have to just watch to see if we're going to flip below or rotate up. I do not have the answer. I just know where our edge is. For ES enjoyers, this is just our daily POC that we've bounced, and now we're testing our edge here. It's the same trade as NQ, but this 87 to 90 has to become supportive, or this is where our offer will sit, and then we'll look for rotations below, like so, off of a failure to get outside of value. Right? This is our value edge. This is our reversion zone high. Our edge, right, where we're expecting sell side to be sitting. This is our POC on the daily right now. So what we're watching for is what happens into our value high after I'll look back in. Does that hold as resistance for rotations through our value on the day? Or does this hold and then get back above our ETH high and our value high and then become supportive above 90s? So just keep an eye on this edge here into 87 to 90. You can see that our new PVC zone just opened and marked that level that I just talked about. This becomes our target if this can hold, right? Everything is still here. Same thing on NQ, we're watching this edge. This is your secondary target here, and we need to flip above this 25 to 40 and show it as supportive if we're going to go higher. If you are playing off of 70s, this is a great trade. Like I said before, your risk right now is from 750 to 770, which is what we have marked as our lows. We need to flip back above this and get back into this upper distribution, or there's not much here. This is a retest of our ETH high on NQ. We want to see 810s ideally be supportive now on a flip, and with our new PVZ open, we want to see our value edge become supportive, and then we want to see a rotation up, like so. This is where the offer will try to sit. Pushing into our 840, see if offer sits here or if we flip. This is ES into our value edge like we just talked about, looking at pathing. This is where we'll get our decision as we push into ETH high. We want to see the ability to build here on NQ, and then we'll watch to see our reaction into POC of previous candle. Were people willing to play off of our PVZ low, our PVZ value, or no? Were people willing to play off of the flip of our 810s into our 840? Watch now to see if we're able to build at this 40. If we can do that, then we should be able to get one more rotation up to 860 and then look to see if we can play this upper rotation, where this will then look to go into POC, and then we'll build between here and either then flip this or offer this and then rotate back through. Watch Russell, or sorry, watch ES here into our edge. See if we can build above our value edge and hold it as supportive for retest of highs, or if this holds and then rotates us back down. This is POC retest. Previous of our current candle on our 25 to 810. We really want to see this edge ideally hold here, build on the book, look back into this upper balance. We can sustain here, and then we should be able to rotate up. If this fails, then this will be a look above failure, and then a rotation back through, giving you an offer or a break of these lows. So let's see if we can find a secondary buyer here, rotate us up. The ability to build here, you can see POC is even attempting to shift to this 40. Very important. Same thing with ES at our value edge. All very important. What's up, Kevin? I have a risk off PT at 60 as we push into that POC from our sell side candle that pushed us down. And then I'll look for new highs if we can flip it on runners. For ES, just watching this POC as well at 96. That's our ADR high as well on NQ. Just got risked off a little bit more, now just in runners. Offer sitting at 90 on NQ. Taking off a little bit more. And now fully just ready for runners. See what we do now that we've taken highs. Again, we want to build on this edge on our reversion zone if we're going to go. This is target on ES as well, by the way, into our POC. If we can flip that, we're in a good position. This is your secondary move that we just talked about on the hold of value. So even if you didn't play this first leg, secondary leg is played on both with our hold here, rotation up, and now we'll watch to see what we do. If you are unwilling to play off of 50 to 70, then our flip back above our 40s is now resulted in a 50-point rotation on NQ. Yeah, you did, Adrian. You always do. You get a second sense. Again, this is like, you gotta not complicate this. Are we holding value? Yes or no? What do we do when price holds value? We have a plan. All we do is talk about this idea of what happens on a retest of our value high. That's literally all we talk about. It's a bounce until we see it as our offer. And once it's our offer, then we play the rotation through. But until then, it's a bid. Like, turn off your emotional braid and just play the fucking trade. Be systematic. Later, Ben. Have a good weekend, man. Again, secondary targets have now played out fully. We're watching for continuation potential on runners. Now that we've held our edges and we've rotated up, ES value is now holding as supportive, our value high. NQ POC is attempting to shift up here at our 840 that we talked about. Our value is, we've hit our reversion zone on our new period on NQ. That is where our sell side sit. We're watching to see if we can flag and push through this supply that we see on footprint here. This is why it was our secondary target at 880. If RTY can continue to push up, we've got a little bit more room. We're just watching for flags, and then we're looking for continuation. So we'll see. This is ADR on ES as well as POC to value high of our sell side candle. So all great targets. Now you just look for potential expansion if we can continue to run. But PVZ is still just doing the thing. Leave runner, chill. Same idea as before. This is our zone of control. It's a previous trade that we've taken. That's why that was labeled that way. Gotta flip this. Or this will be where that offer sits. We can see that this is where they secondary sellers stepped in last time on this pivot below. So I'm watching it now as where we expect sell side to try to be if they were going to be anywhere. If we can flip this, then we should be able to rotate back up to 970 would be my guess. 970, 990. If we can flip it. New 15s have opened, holding POC of previous candle so far. Just adjusting our level based off of where the last candle closed. Looking at your trades, you entered at the level, and after seeing the rejection, you added to your position. Do you always enter at the levels without waiting for any rejections? I just am willing to add into it's our sorry, I guess I don't really understand what you mean. So the idea here is I didn't buy on our there were multiple tests before, right, Snow? You see? So we've created a all we did right here was retrace this imbalance that was created on the way up, right? So that creates a range, and we know that our buyer was here last, and this is our value edge here. So all I'm looking at this as is this is the risk area where I'm willing to put risk on, and I'm watching to see, right, this tested twice into this low already. So we've already did reject twice up into these highs, but I'm looking to see if we can maintain these lows and if that buyer's still here for rotations up, and then I'm looking to play it up. Because if sell side can't push us below this and offer, then there's nothing really for me to do other than just try to buy this low and put my risk here at 50, right? Like there's nothing other than just to try that. So like we had already rejected twice off of the highs, and right, your first risk is like this. So it's like a 1.5 risk to reward trade with secondary targets being into 40, which makes that a 3 to 0.4. And then as soon as we're able to push over this then becomes your risk, where we talked about this PVC value flipping at 810 to 825. And now we're just looking at this, right? So I don't really, nothing changed. We're playing off of our POC to value high here, right? And then my risk is just has to be 20 points. Like we're playing the low edge with a clear invalidation if it flips below. And I didn't play the first or second here, right? Like we just played the... right? Like there's nothing here. We just played on the pushback below, and then we saw a bid step in, and then it's just like my risk is that I think that we've reverted and that we're going to hold our pivot, and as long as we're holding our 50 to 70, I'm looking for longs for rotations back up. You see how I took off my first risk into that last seller that we saw? So I've taken off my first risk for 20 points because why am I taking off my first risk for 20 points? Well, my stop is 20 points, right? If I'm playing 70 to 50, right? That's 20 points. So I'm taking my first risk off into 90 to make it a 1-to-1 so that my trade is free if this goes the opposite direction. Do you get me? So I take off my first risk into 90 because this is the same risk to reward here as it is here. So I've taken off my initial risk making this trade free, and then I can leave runners for the scaling out. I'm just playing off of our edge because this is our value edge, and then we're just playing the rotation up. There's nothing for me to do here as long as that low is holding, because we know that it's our value edge and we expect acceptance above on a retest and then a continuation higher. So it's just like a, it just is what it is. I don't really know. Is 15-second new meta? I mean, I just have 15-second up as a tool, a visualization tool. I'm primarily a DOM and footprint trader, so it's just a visual way to represent our pivots on the smaller time frame while we're just keeping an eye on DOM. Usually want to see some rejection. aggressive buyers before enter position, but I see you entered at the very low without any aggressive buyers. After thinking about it, I entered where your first scale out and actually our risk is same. Yeah, I think that's fine. As long as you're playing the flip. I don't know, man. My idea is always going to be like here, we can go back and look. But like look at where this low is. Are we seeing a divergence on any markets here? Watch my cursor as we push into this low. On the other charts. What are we seeing happening on the other charts? I'll give you a hint. Look at Russell. What did I talk about at that time when we were looking at this low? Why is this a good trade? What's Russell doing compared to NQ and ES? Yes, exactly. Russell showed its hand before, right? And it's diverging. It's showing a higher low above VWAP, right? So why do I care about that? Well, because the market is showing that it's going to have, it has breadth, right? So I'm looking at this as where I want to be looking for a buyer because we've recovered VWAP as supportive after holding our 30-second opening range. So if we're still holding our lows here, nothing's invalidated on our NQ long. I'm now watching this because now we have a higher low on RTY, right? We're seeing ES still just kind of rotating. We're seeing then that confirmation here. So there's no reason for me to not risk this because we have a better odd now with Russell making a higher low while we're still maintaining our low pivots on both ES and NQ at our value edge. So our value edges are holding on NQ and ES, our value highs. Nothing's invalidated about that. Our POC is holding on ES. Our value edge on NQ is holding, and Russell is making a higher low preemptively before, as we're retesting our lows on NQ and ES in the bottom of our ranges. So I have the best possible risk to reward there because we have small and mid caps leading up for relief, right? So then we'll have the full market moving and participating on a bounce or a push up where small and mid caps on Russell will start to show, a little bit of strength. And then we have NQ and ES into our low pivot where we expect relief to also to be if we're range trading. So that then gives a little bit more objective reality. I don't know how to really describe it. It gives me a confidence that we'll get the rotation up. And we don't even have to break out for that to trade to work. We just need it to rotate back up to these highs. And it's still a very profitable trade. Right? We don't need a full breakout. This breakout is great, but like our risk to reward here is just 20 points for, 40 points basically. Like we're just playing the range at first. Right? So it's a 2-to-1. But the catalyst was the RTY recovering VWAP for me, as well as holding our 30-second opening range and then finding that bid. And then it's just like, okay, we're playing with 20 points of risk and we're playing the rotation back up off of the lack of interest below. Does that make sense? Hopefully. All right, cool. I usually am watching RTY to lead our moves. Any move that I'm going to be a bit more confident in, Russell's going to lead. It doesn't always happen, but when if you're new, I talk about this all the time, but you have like this three-way tug of war, right? And when everything is kind of pulling in the same direction, we have a lot more confidence in our legs up. when we have Russell diverging, if we have ES diverging, then we have like a mixed market, and so it's going to be very hard to get reliable moves to upside, right? That we want everything moving together. And when I see RTY finding a low and starting to move up, that gives us a lot of relief for that next leg. So I'll watch where those RTY pivots are most likely going to be, or where we start to lose momentum, because that's usually a good indicator before we get the sells on NQ and ES. Like when RTY loses momentum, that's our first signs that Russell and ES and NQ are going to see some weakness. So it's like, okay, well, now we have to watch for where this Russell low is going to be. And when this finds this low, we can then look for a secondary target here on NQ and ES of where we're going to expect relief. So if we can find relief here on Russell and get back up, I'm going to be watching then for a recovery of this pivot here on NQ and ES. But until then, we shouldn't be expecting anything. That's kind of how I view it. And then I'll just watch to see if everything can bounce together. If we don't see Russell find a low, but we see NQ and ES doing it, I'm going to have much less confidence in trying to buy that. I'll wait for Russell to find that low first, because I want all of our markets, all of our sectors, all of the breadth of the NASDAQ or the NYSE, right, to be moving together. So until I see RTY actually establish a new low and show a break, I wouldn't be looking for any sort of secondary here on NQ and ES, because I just don't think it has the energy it needs without full market participation. I don't know, that might not make sense for some of you, but just let me know. You just ask questions, I'll always answer. This is a bit rough. POC's above us on NQ and ES. A lot of trapped people potentially. NQ is trying to build here where we want, but I think we come back down a bit more. As of right now, we'll watch for a offer to try to defend 80s as we push up, but I think there's probably one more leg where this is going to hold, and then we'll look for probably a rotation back down to 40, and then maybe we look for something like this based off of current order flow, but we'll see. If Russell can break downtrend and get over this, we're in a much better position. We'll see what happens. We just have to watch as we push into POC, a previous candle. That's where I'm watching to see if sell side sets. I think that's where the lower offer definitely tries. Do you think ES will make new all-time high today? I hope so, man. But I'm not sure. I think our overall target is probably 7,040 on ES. 7,040 is SPX 7,000. I think that's where we're headed. That's been my thought for a while now. I don't know if that happens today, but we're setting up like it's bullish, right? Like we're holding higher lows on the higher time frame. Looks fine. I just don't know if we see it today. What news? What else do we have today as catalysts? Not much. We have at 2 we have oil's execs meet with Trump at the White House. All of the catalysts that we thought, other than non-farm payroll, didn't really do anything, right? The Supreme Court didn't rule on anything. Besant is yapping soon. But that was supposed to start at 11 and it never happened. But he's only talking about the Somali fraud nonsense. So I don't know, man. I don't know if people are going to be willing to take us to all-time highs if the Supreme Court can, until they announce when they're going to actually rule on the tariffs, because they just postponed it. We could potentially drift up there, but it might be more likely that we just try to build a higher balance here. I think we have one more leg down Celtic. I'm watching for a pushback down to 40 and then watching for our reaction there. Just like looking at our pathing, right? I expected our offer to be sitting there into 80. So we're going to see shorts start to risk off as we push back down into our 40 here. And then we'll watch to see if buyers, just because shorts are risking off doesn't mean that that's going to be a solid buy. We want to see reactions. But this was a pretty clear sell here at our 80. And now we're just watching to see, and this would be my first take profit if I was in a short at 40. And where sellers take profit is also where I'd, of course, be looking to see if buyers are going to try to defend and rotate us back up. So that'll be our primary area where we are keeping an eye on it. This 90 on ES is also very interesting. Our ETH high. I think I don't fully understand your risk. Oh, okay. I mean, I get what you're saying. So I'm mostly, again, like a volume based trader. So our levels down there, just to give you a bit more context, this zone is our POC on the daily to our value high based off of our period. This is an indicator that we have called PVC, period value zones, and it's going to show us what our ranges were for certain periods of the day. And that was our first period's value. So I'm watching this as where buy side and sell side show value and where we expect reversion or balance in between. So I'm using this as our risk here based between this zone and this zone, because this is where our previous highs were, right? This is where the seller was sitting before, and now we expect our buyer to be here if we are going to hold our range breakout. So these zones are automatically drawn for you. And I was playing off of that as our risk between our daily POC as well as our value high from our period one. That's how that zone was made. And now again, we're watching like this 840 because this is where POC has shifted on the daily, as well as NQ here off of our PVC value high at 90, like I just talked about. So I'm mostly just like a structure and order flow based trader. Not really a candle trader. So that might be why some of my levels are different than yours, because I'm not really caring about what the candles look like all that much. The candles are just a visualization of what we're looking at on flow. Sorry for you here. It's about what I thought pricing would be. Sorry, bud. Yeah, but it's not $500-600. Yeah. They really should lower it, man. I don't know. I don't know if I agree. Yeah, that feels bad. Well, I'm sure they already secured their RAM, right, for at least an initial production. So I don't know if prices would be affected like that, but maybe for future production they want to keep it around the same. They have to raise just off bat. I don't know. I mean, $1,000, that's crazy. To play in 1080. I don't know, man. Like I'll probably buy one regardless, just because I'm a couch gamer at this point. Not trying to sit in this chair any longer than I have to. But I don't know. Well, I have a NVIDIA Shield, right? So like I just stream my GeForce Now from my NVIDIA Shield, and I just streamed to my TV as is. But it would be cool if I didn't have that latency and I could just be playing on like a micro PC. Yeah, but yeah, I've become like a big Steam Deck gamer lately. If I can just avoid my PC, I will do that as much as I can. It's just at any. You're telling me my options are to be under a heated blanket while gaming on a comfy couch or sitting in a chair for 7 hours, sitting at a desk, and people are agreeing to do the desk sitting. Like hell no, I'm too old for that. I've become I've become a boomer. Feels bad. There's really not much here, boys. We're just waiting. 40's held. That's good. Still in our runner, but no upside break yet or confirmation. Still lower highs just being put in. The offer is lowering. NQ had a really nice bounce at our ETH high. That's great, but we're still holding our pivot. We need to show ADR as supportive, or it's just going to continue to reject there. Just a little range while we establish. Lots of offside liquidity above us, so nothing to really talk about. There's still potentially one more leg down if we can't get above our pivots here. This 60 to 80, right? We have to show interest above our POCs, or like all of this liquidity is offsides, which means that we have potential to rotate back down to 810 to 825 before, right? Like the way that I see this is, let me visualize this for you. This liquidity is offsides above. If this is going to hold as our offer, we can bounce here, no problem. But if we can't get above, then I'd expect a rotation back through this structure, or this lack of structure, really. Back down to this liquidity that's here on footprint. And then we'll have to, rotate back up like so. So if we can't get over this pivot here, short term, I'd expect one more leg down to retest this zone here. Before we can continue on our way. So what we need to see is that this offer that's sitting here, and when I mean offer, I'm talking about a seller if you're new. The seller who's sitting here, right, is trying to lower themselves, right? So we're seeing a seller push down on the offer, right, which is the price levels on the right side of your DOM. We're watching them lower high, lower high, lower high, right? Shifting price down. So where this buyer was here at our 60s is now where our seller is attempting to absorb. What does that mean for the market? Well, that means that this offer is trying to come down and buyers are trying to come up, right? So we get a mixed bag here where we're seeing absorption occurring. What they're doing right now is good if we can flip it, right? Or this is just going to create another offside participant. So we need to see this pivot shift, or we're going to expect that this guy is going to get trapped here, this guy right here, absorbed, and then the offer will try again on the look back below 60s and then rotate us down. We really want to see a flip of this pivot with full market participation to upside. So yes, we held our lows. That's great. But I want to see us get back above this, show interest above this POC here from our previous candle, which is here, and then rotate us back up. And then we can watch to see if this will be a hold of our lows. Nothing is new about that. I just wanted to explain, like, nothing has changed here yet. This is where the offer is just to be expected until we can flip. But Russell's trying for new highs. That's a good sign. ES held our pivot, rotated up to first target. Again, this is just ADR. If we can flip ADR as supportive, that'll be beautiful. If you did trade off of our 90, that was the only thing that made sense to me. This is to be your first target. If we can flip this and show interest above our ADR, that means that we're looking for expansion on the day. And then I'd be looking for that move up into that 7K. And then above 7K, we have 710, 720, and then 740 is our primary target. But we've got a lot of work to do before we can do that. Right now, it's just balance. And again, this is just PVZ value. We're just playing this rotation back into our primary seller, which is here. And it's also ADR. Right? You can see that this is just our value to POC. See if Russell can lead. We're just back to our primary offer at our 80 here on NQ, where we saw this rotation down. Now let's see if we can flip it, or if the offer still sits here. If Russell can start to lead up, that'll be a great first indication that we want to continue higher. I'm going to mark our previous candle's value area. We would love to see us bounce this now. Hold this as supportive. There might be a ability to try to add to our runners here, where we play off of this as our risk.
Morgan Stanley expects the Fed to deliver 25 base point rate cut in June and September each, versus prior forecast of cuts in January and April this year.
Yeah. Good hold of POC so far. If Russell can hold this edge, we're in a really great position for new highs. Let me know if I'm like talking too much or if I'm confusing you at any point, or like if you have questions, please ask them. I'm just trying to be. I see that we have some like new people today, so I'm trying to be as specific as possible with some ideas that we've gone over in the past. But I don't want to overwhelm you. If you're playing off of this hold here of our new zone, your first risk off has to be these highs into 900. But same thing on ES. These are secondary moves. If we can flip this, then that'll be great for continuation potential. But always take off a little risk here as we push into our known seller. My average isn't great here, sadly, but it's still worth it. Take off a little risk. You can see here. I'll give you 2 looks. Copy. So again, this is just a retest of our highs here. This is now my new average off of our hold here. My fill isn't great because I marketed in after the hold, but the overall move is still very good. See if we can build out this position a bit more. For ES, we're at target here. If we flip 7,000, should be able to add. Get a bit of a pullback here, Surf. We've got liquidity to play off of now. Here. I'm going to be looking to be adding at this 80 to 90 if we can look into it. I think. Watch to see if we can find anything there for continuation up. If not, then we'll have to just wait for something new. Maybe the new 15s in 8 minutes or a flip of this offer over 930. And again, we're watching. This is our target. SPX 7,000. So if we can hold 60s today on SPX, that'd be a great sign. That'd be a hold of our IB high. And then our extension is 7,000 with 80s being your first target, right? But we'll see. 7,000 on SPX would be ES 7,040.
S&P 500 hits intraday record high, last up 0.6%.
I wish these people would let me know what time they're coming today. I hate that they didn't. It's so annoying. Like, what time are you going to be in my house? like, I'm glad you gave me 24-hour notice, but it's a little open-ended when the next 24 hours you can show up at any point. They said that they had to replace like the battery in my water meter. I don't know. It was really weird. I didn't even know there was a battery in a water meter. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I've got nothing to hide, but it's also just like, what are you talking about? Yeah, maybe.
Just a reminder about 3 minutes time. Expected to hear comments from Fed's Bostic, interviewed on WLRM Public Media. No text is expected, but a Q&A is with the moderator.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I don't care. It's just like tell me what like at least around what time you're coming. I've got a dog that's old and scared. You know, like am I gonna be here or am I not gonna be here? Do I need to lock her up? Am I gonna have to pause the stream? Right? Like what's going on? I don't know. You know me. Everything's gotta have to have a plan, or I just worry. I'm gonna grab some water while we see while we wait for this move to either come back down or break above. They're absorbing at 900 so far. Looks okay, but need a breakdown trend, or we'll have one more leg down to that liquidity pocket that we were talking about at 880, 890. They're trying to absorb, but let's see what happens. Oh, excuse me, as we push into POC a previous candle here for reoffer on both ES and
US third
NQ.
quarter household net worth rises to $6.064 trillion. As compared to the prior of $7.086 trillion.
I'm so tired, man. I've not been getting good sleep. How many hours did I get last night? Let me look. I fell asleep at 4:20 a.m. Yikes. Yeah, I am. Oh, wait, like you want to see my hours versus needed? It's brutal, bro. Holy. Alright, check this out. Ugh. It is brutal. Like, why am I so tired? And then I look at this and it's like, oh, I'm getting literally 50% of the sleep that I
US
need.
Commerce Secretary Lutnick recently met with executives from major home building companies.
The image is too large? Are you joking? My phone screen is too large of an image to post in a trading view. Did that work? What? Okay. There we go. Are you joking? Come on. Oh, that's rough. Well, we just took out our weekly high on ES. And Q into our offer here at our 930. See if we can flip it, or if the supply holds, and then we're gonna have to pull back down to that 80s. I didn't add to this position, so I'm just in my runner. There's nothing really good like structural trades here that I want to be playing around. Like, yes, potentially there's we could be playing off of this sweep through, right, and then like add to the position like so for a continuation higher. Like, I see it, but I don't know. Another way you can look at it is like just putting a fixed range on this and being like, can we hold this value high now? Right? That's kind of a way to look at it. It's like, this is your risk and you're looking for a rotation up. Like, that makes sense to me, but I'm already in. I don't know. I'd rather, I don't know. I wanted a deeper pullback, to be honest. With Russell falling, it just feels like we still have that potential to get that pullback that I want. So I'd rather not add. And maybe I miss out on adding, but I still have my runner on, so it doesn't really affect me. I don't know. Let's see what Russell does as we push back into our value. If we can find a bid as we push back down into our value edge here, that can give us what we need for a bit more liquidity to step back into the market, especially if ES can hold this structure. Once RTY finds this low and we're holding our value structure here, that can give us our pop that we need for that 950. That's the only thing that I really see as a catalyst. So we've got these guys who are offsides here, right? We want them to remain off. That would be these participants here. That's what that looks like on footprint. What's up, club? Happy Friday. I can't even sleep in tomorrow. I have a dentist appointment at 9 a.m. Kill me. Ugh. Yeah, man, it was the only thing that was available. They were like, you can come in tomorrow at open, or your next appointment, the next appointment that's open is in February. I'm like, okay, well, I'll go come in tomorrow. The good news is that I can walk there. It's just down the street, which is nice.
Fed's Bostic on WRN radio says high-end consumers have been spending and the economy has been resilient. In many ways, the US has had a long K-shaped economy.
That's the first time I've heard the news spot today.
Bostic adds that now ended pandemic supports has had supports. Bostic says now ended pandemic supports had buoyed low-income Americans.
How's the volume for him on YouTube? Should I turn it up, or is that a good volume compared to how I'm my volume? Good. Okay. I'm really not too excited about this area so far. Russell no low yet. Again, like you're just playing off of this edge here with the idea that these guys are going to remain off sides for rotations up. But I'd rather watch for liquidity down here personally, and then we can play. I'd like to add to my position here. But if as long as this low isn't taken, then it makes sense for that bid to be here short term. But I'm just I don't know. It's too slow. But again, like we're watching to see if these guys can remain offsides. So far, we have these guys who are above our structure and have failed, and we've rotated through said structure into this upper balance. I want to see how we interact as we push down into this liquidity here. Ideally, you know, we find a bid and then come back up off of this and find some sort of structure here. Then allows for a larger push.
Bostic says inflation issues are still one of the economy's main challenges.
It's still holding our lows. Like I said, like that's your risk right now. It's just this. If you are playing this little scalp,
Bostic adds it's very important.
you're playing it up to your range high, right? So like this
Bostic
is
adds
your
it's very
first
important we
target.
get
So
inflation
we push
under
into
control.
that. I mean, it's an okay trade, but like it's just to top of range until it can flip. If you can see that push over 920, 930, then you'll be able to look up. What do I use to track my sleep? I have like something called Whoop that tracks it.
Bostic adds that cost pressures are not just from tariffs.
Why is he not live for me? The stream that I found on Yahoo Finance is not live, but he's talking. It's like what? I'm so confused.
Bostic says I'm hearing about stress from sectors that depend on foreign workers.
I need to take a nap, man. This is rough. It's crazy how consistently I'm getting 5 hours of sleep.
Bostic says the job market has been cooler, but it's not clear it's fundamentally weaker.
You're back, really? If I sleep for like 12 hours, yeah, my body's like, what are you doing? 0 or 5 is crazy. Man, if I could get an extra 4 hours of sleep, I would pay all the money in the world. 9 hours a night is
Bostic
like the
has
dream.
no hire, no fire continues to be key labor market dynamic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like when I get sick, like it's so rough because like my body is already in like fight or flight already, you know? So like of course I sleep for 40 hours when I'm sick. It's like I can finally rest. But man, it is brutal. Surely I get my fill into 90, right? Russell finally got down to our target. Still no break of downtrend. See, as we want ideally this bid to be here. We want it to be pretty reactionary, and then we want to see a break of this downtrend, and then we can get that follow through as we push into this NQ liquidity. Let's watch for the reaction as we push into this. We want to then be able to get back into this value area here.
Its Bostic says a lot of cost pressures are outside of tariffs.
Let's see what they can do. My fear is if that they can't find a bid here into this 80 low, then we're gonna have to rotate down another 40 points back to 840. Should be really annoying. Huge. Immediate reaction, taking first risk off here from our ad. If we can flip back over 906, we're in a good position. We want to see Russell break down trend for confirmation. So far, it's just a relief
Bostic says
bounce.
inflation is a lot above the 2% target.
Again, we got to get back above, or this will be our edge where we fail, offer sits, and then we rotate down probably to 40. Or wherever this POC is, 60 and then 40. We'll see. We want to see a secondary buyer step in, ideally at this 90. Russell breakdown trend, lead up. Well, I think maintenance is going to be here soon.
Bostic
I
says
hear him at
Fed's
the next
job and
building.
inflation mandates are somewhat in tension.
I'll have to mute Mike while they're here for a bit. Should happen within the next like 10 minutes, I think.
Bostic says this is the time for the Fed not to lose sight of its inflation mission.
As we push back up into our RTY highs, just keep an eye on this. Potential loss of momentum here now that we've gotten our bid where we thought it would be. NQ found our buyer at our 80 to 90, no change. Again, need to get over this and get back into this range. This is a great first target if you are playing off of this liquidity that we've been watching for, following our pathing. If we can get above this, then we can look for new highs with this guy trapped below then, and that'll be our catalyst. Regardless, great little trade here. 20 points almost. See what we can do. Again, this has to be your first risk off. If we can flip it, awesome. If not, it is what it is, right? I just posted into chat what I just took based off of our pathing, right? I took off my runner, added to this position. I've taken off my first risk here. If we can get back into this upper distribution, then we should be able to trade to those highs. Remember, this was based off of our Russell PVC and where we were looking for that reversion to be, as well as our liquidity that was found on footprint. Yes? Yeah, beautiful. I just took off a little bit more as we push into our top edge of that value. All right, I'll be right back.
Ed Bostic says that the Fed can do a lot to get inflation back under control.
All right, they're done. All right, well, we got our first leg. Huge. Gotta show interest over this 920, 930 for anything more. If we can build here at our base, where we trapped our last participant on the look above and fail, this will be a great sign for a continuation higher if we can get this build here, right? In our upper rotation, if we can hold this low, that'll be solid for this look above and then continuation higher. We'll have to see. It is midday, so a bit slower, but we got our liquidity grab, which is what we were waiting for. Patience paid. Does that all make sense of this liquidity we were looking for with the Russell low, et cetera, et cetera? Everyone on the same page with that? Now we're watching to see if we get a secondary leg. Waiting for that liquidity was really the only thing that I saw there. Yeah. So those are that are still here. It seems like a decent amount of people have left into midday, which is great. I'm not mad at that. But what gives you confidence when I'm talking about something and I put something on screen for you to take a trade? Like, when are you willing to put risk on and when are you not? Like, what's your decision making based off of what I say? Where you're like, yeah, this makes sense. I'm willing to try. Or no, like I'm not going to try this, even though we're coming down into an area that that Sig's talking about, right? Like what? Like explain the thought process for so that I have a better understanding of when you are either low or high confidence based off of what I'm talking about. When are you, as an individual, being like, yeah, I'll try this risk, or like, no, the last one didn't work. Now I'm unwilling. Now I'm not going to try, and now I'm going to watch. Because I feel like we have a bunch of people who are just like watching and not taking any of the things that I'm talking about. And then like once the trade plays, they're like, "Where's the long?" And I'm like, "Bruh, like where?" Like now I have to find you a secondary entry because you were unwilling to take the one that was high confidence for me. You know? Like okay, well, sick, but also like, what do you mean where? Or I missed it. I was unwilling. You know? It's like okay, well, I'll try to find you something else, but Yeah. Gotcha. What's up, bud?
Hello.
Mm-mm-mm. Dude, did you watch that interview from your former governor
Not.
in front of the high
Oh,
school?
the Jesse Ventura one?
Yeah.
No.
Dude
Well,
is
I
so
saw like
based.
sound bites, but I didn't watch
Uh,
the full thing.
he is.
He
He is based. Jesus.
he actually lives like pretty close to my parents' property.
I mean, that makes
Like he
sense.
comes
He
back to
seems
visit.
like an old school liberal, where he
Yeah.
just like doesn't. He hates everyone and just wants
Yes.
like, yeah,
Well, so like I mean, I was a kid during that governorship, but like that was a rowdy time because it like his son used to throw like huge parties at the governor mansion, like. And like when the cops would like bust it up, like it was like it was a very I
That's
don't know.
funny.
People have very mixed opinions here around him because
Yeah.
like I mean he's like literally like just a dude. You
Yeah,
know what I
he's
mean?
like an old like he's a ex WWE star. He tried to
Yeah,
unionize the WWE and Hulk Hogan snitched on him.
yeah, like he's just kind of a rowdy guy.
Yeah, he was also like a Navy SEAL. He's just like a guy. Like he is an American.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Very much so.
I don't know about super. I mean, he believes that the U.S. Allowed 9/11 to happen to go into the Middle East to push interests. I don't know if that's like a super conspiracy at this point.
I think a lot of his I'll use the word problems is that sometimes he can't articulate his ideas in a elegant way. So
Yeah.
then because once again he's literally just a dude.
Yeah.
Like
Maybe I'm wrong, Ty, but I thought that that was his opinion. Was that he believed that the U.S. knew about it in advance and allowed it to take place to further interests in the Middle East. Maybe there's more to it than that. But yeah, he was not having it. He was like, I haven't watched the news in months, and you idiots made me turn it back on. Now I gotta
yeah.
run. Now I'm gonna be governor again because I'm here. It's like, all right, man.
Yep.
Listen, I don't even know if I like 9/11. I don't know if that's really a conspiracy, unless you think like aliens did it. Like I don't know. I think I believe that 9/11 was partially an inside job. Even I do. Like it's hard to rationalize that it wasn't. So it's just so much easier to be like, yeah, like they surely did. Because if they didn't, then it makes you feel incredibly like our government is inept, right? So it's more it's like pure cope to be like, yeah, they didn't, they knew about it, they had to know. Like surely we didn't just let these people in and then uh, I don't know, it's pure cope. Oh, Snow, yeah, I'm asking both. That's good. Exactly what you're supposed to look for. Yeah, perfect. Because that exhaustion or trapped, right? Those trap traders are gonna be that catalyst that drives you to the other side of the rotation. My thoughts on the first week of January so far? I think they're good. I mean, it's better than the week before, that's for sure. I'm glad to be in the new year.
Yeah.
Holy.
At least we have some volatility back.
Yeah, we had a really great range day yesterday, and we had a great vol day today. Big areas. I don't know. We're getting like actual trading days again. It's nice. The last couple weeks have been brutal because they've been shorter weeks, and it's just like those weeks are always gross, always disgusting. So yeah, I'm not mad about it. It sucks that they didn't give a decision on the tariffs today. That's annoying. So that's still up in the
Did they,
air.
like, push it?
Yeah, they were just
Or
like,
is it-
nah. I'm like, eh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, like, well, no thanks. So that's a little frustrating. So that's, yeah, still up in there. And we have oil companies meeting with Trump today at 2, I believe.
I did laugh at that like executive tweet where they're like, "We don't know what to do." Like, what a tweet can change foreign policy. Like, not wrong, man.
Yeah, like that's all they said. like all right, sick.
Mm.
Like what am I waiting for? But at least the market moved after that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy about that. Low key annoying. Full range rotation here of our little upper node, where we took our first profits into that 920. RTY lost momentum, double topped. So watch for another oscillation here as we come back into our lows for a secondary move with a higher low on NQ. So what I mean by that is while Russell does the full oscillation here, we'll watch for relief here again into these lows, and we'll watch to see if NQ can find a higher low and then go for the secondary leg, and then watch for a full Russell momentum rotation again here, right? Use it as an oscillator. We'll see. I'll be right back. Ty, you know why I think I don't think the like 9/11 conspiracy theorists are crazy? Is because now like I was just thinking about this. Is that if terrorism was like an actual real threat, it would be so much more prevalent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the United States, it's
Like it's
hard to
nothing.
compare, yeah.
Yeah, like
Well,
there's
a lot
nothing.
of that I think is because of the things we did like post 9/11. Like
I
that actually
guess, I don't
surprised me
know.
so much in Europe.
Yeah.
Like when I was there this fall, like how easy it is to move around and like the
Oh yeah,
difference in the
open
airports
borders.
compared to here. Well, just
Yeah.
like in the airports and stuff. Like
I mean, the TSA stuff is actually useless.
yeah, it's like it's
Yeah.
crazy here.
It's all a facade. It is all useless. And when you see that in Europe, that there's nothing, right? Like it's so much easier to get through. Like it makes even more sense that it's a facade because there's nothing that happens there either. Like it's just, it's a facade, man. That's why it's like there. Every time I'm at an event, I'm like, I don't know. I'm such a doomer, but just like if this was an actual threat, this would be happening so much more often in so many public outings, and it just doesn't, and it didn't happen. We got our full rotation just like we talked about with Russell oscillating. That allowed for our lower leg to play. Again, we're still looking for this push above, but this was a great sign of a hold. Well, I was yapping. Full rotation, still in runners. Russell holding our lows, just like we talked about, using it as an oscillator. Held our low of range on retest, rotating up. Make sense? Now let's see if we can see a secondary buyer step in at our highs. Regardless, though, it's a great risk off for the range trade, and then watch to see if we get expansion. Our upper target, if we can flip this high pivot, is 950, and then 970, and then 985. Yeah, and like, but like even the Paris attacks were so, like you like think about like terrorists in Hollywood, you know what I mean? Like in movies, and then you think of like what actually happens, and it's so tame. I don't know, man. Like the 9/11 attacks were like so theatrical, and then like nothing came from it afterwards, other than us like invading multiple countries and stealing all their oil. I don't know. Just seems odd. Yeah, like do you like remember when we were like we were attacking Iran, and then like every like crazy Twitter person was like, Iran has sleeper agents all over, be on high alert. Like it's time, friends. The sleeper cells are waking up. Like what? Shut up. What are you talking about? Nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. But that was like all of Twitter when we bombed Iran. The sleeper cells. Yeah, there's like a dozen people who have been gaslit to a point of like that extreme. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is it's not as bad as they're trying to scare you into believing. Full oscillation here on Russell again. Watch to see if this is going to be a loss of momentum, or if we can build here on our upper side. The ones that we're going to invade, like Haiti. Yeah. You talking about those, Sauce? The Turtle Island Liberation Front. Surely. The limited details available suggest an investigation that leaned heavily on a paid informant and at least one undercover FBI agent. The informant and undercover agent were involved in nearly every stage of the case. So it looks like an FBI agent coerced people and got them to plan. It was one of those where, like, literally the FBI made the case. They incentivized and coerced. Yeah, it's literally an entrapment case. Of course it is. Yeah, well, here, let me teach you. Let me do this. Also this. The informant, who has worked on other cases of the FBI's payroll since 2021, has been in contact with the group known as the Turtle Island Liberation Front since at least late November, just 2 months after President Donald Trump designated Antifa a domestic terrorism organization. The case had familiar markings of FBI terrorism stings that stretch back far over the last 2 decades, hundreds of cases that have disproportionately targeted left-wing activists and Muslims, and less often right-wing actors. Bring cases, get paid. Yeah, it looks like entrapment to me. There's little evidence that any group by that name exists beyond a small digital footprint and a handful of attempts of organizing community events, including a self-defense workshop and a punk rock benefit show that planned for February. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to get them early when you create the plot.
means time we get the US Becky whose oil rig count, total rig count prior 546, oil rig count prior 412.
That's crazy. So the informant, these people. I didn't know about this, Sauce. Thank you for bringing it up. I'm reading now. Like, this article is crazy. The case against Crowder McKay hinged on the work of the FBI informant, who had been a prominent activist, who pushed their views and took advantage of their political immaturity and anger. Literally leading moth to a flame. The informant gets paid, the FBI gets good headline, and nothing changes. Easy headline. $50 seconds till new 15s. Look above so far. Let's see if we can sustain up here. Above R30. RTY testing our lows. I'm not liking the divergence, but if NQ can hold here, then potentially it'll be okay. 30 seconds until new 15s. We need to find a low on Russell. This NQ retest in here. If not, this will be a look above fail and then a rotation through, trapping these guys. Watch for new 15s, 20 seconds. Yeah, that's like such a classic FBI thing. Like if you God, I have to find the statistics, but like half of the FBI's cases is them basically entrapping people. Create the threat to get rid of the threat. No low on RTY yet. New 15s have opened. We're gonna have to watch for a reoffer off of a failure here, boys. I closed my runner on my long, watching to see if we get a reoffer for a failure in rotation through off of the Russell, off of our pivot here. With Russell continuing to fall, there's just nothing as of yet. See if we can get a solid reoffer at 20 to 30. RTY finding a short-term bounce, but I don't think it has any sustainability as of yet. Probably reoffer like, I don't know, 44. Offer on our 20s so far, holding. Russell continuing down. As we push back into our low here, this is your first risk off for a 1-to-1. Playing off of 20 to 30. Into low of range. We'll watch to see if bid is sitting here or if we're going to flip. With those guys above, the potential for this to make a break of this low makes sense. So it's probably worth leaving a runner, but understand that the bid is going to be here short term. Here, right? Into our low of range. Got our reoffer and our rotation down. We should expect a little bit of a buyer here, and then we have to watch to see how much of a movement Russell's going to get. It can come all the way up into like 44s here, and it's still bearish in nature for a continuation down back to POC. So we'll have to just keep an eye on that. Right, it's just balance here, boys. Gotta flip it. Watch Russell for a secondary leg if we're gonna get it. How many contracts is that at 920? 100? Yeah. On NQ? Resting?
Most ES sizes like on the bid. I mean, the offer is still pretty thick too, but
Yeah, I mean, we've got some liquidity below us on ES. If anything, it's like one more leg down, and then we look for liquidity, and then see if we get back up. What, down into like 7,699 area? Just to retest our ADR and our value edge. We're still holding where we need to on NQ lows. We're just watching our retest of our 20 to 30 now that we've done the full range. If these lows continue to maintain and we can get back over, then I'm not opposed to looking for longs again, but we have to watch to see if this offer is going to stick here. Same thing on Russell. If we don't see like an actual confirmed bit of these lows, then I don't think it's worth your time. Just going to chop here. See if 20s hold. Trade was immediately profitable on retest. Again, first risk off here into 20s. Or sorry, into our bottom of range here again for 20 points. Like I said, closed longs, then went short 20 to 30. Taking off a little bit more risk as we push down. Want to see this reoffer, and then we can look back into this liquidity for the full fill into 880. Beautiful reoffer of our previous range. Look below with that catalyst with Russell not showing interest, right? That is our motivation for it. The look above, and then our offer sticking at this again with these buyers offsides. Rotate our lows, reoffer, push down. Now coming down, seeking this liquidity. First target again is this 80 to 90. Secondary target will be 860 for the POC shift. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think it's a little too volatile for that, but yeah, that's fine. I think the 10 points of risk makes sense. You'd hate to get wicked out from people who stop at that wick high and then it go. But yeah, as long as that wick was holding, that was good. Nah, that sucks, Sinto. Yeah, like I said, like I was closing my longs on that instead of going short. On the first attempt, I didn't get in. I just it invalidated the long trade for me, right? So like I didn't even get in until retest. I was just closing our longs. So as soon as we pushed back through, I was like, oh, this is our offer point, and then I missed my fill on the first attempt.
On personal
But
income for December, February 20th.
We should always expect that there's going to be some relief into these lows, right? Now that we've entered back into this balance. And so then you can look to see, as long as this offer is sticking here, then we can look for that continuation down because these guys are then offsides above. And that gives us a catalyst for a breakdown of this low, which will lead down to this secondary leg, ideally. Right? Like that's the whole premise. It's like this failure above will then result in a look below and a take out of this. Hopefully that makes sense. And now like we're testing into where we longed the first attempt. This long is still viable, but if this low holds here, where we hold our lower balance now, there's potentially a secondary seller sitting here, right? And then we'll be looking for this next leg down. And this is that secondary target I was talking about, which is the POC shift, right? Because if this POC now remains offsides at our 10s, we should head back down to this as a reversion down to 860. But we got to get through this liquidity. I don't know if it's going to happen right away or if we're going to have to chop here for a little bit. No clue. This is ES into that liquidity that we were just talking about as well. So I think like risking off, half your position at least makes sense, and then just trying to trail it for the 860 target for a secondary leg. And then maybe playing off of this like 95 to 910 is your risk for your next trade, maybe. If we get it, be like this for a move down to here. I don't know. All we know is that if this guy fails here again, it's the same setup as before, right? Which is you have a secondary move that looks back in, and then you can play this bid or rotations back up, because then these idiots will be trapped here. You get me? And then we just play the same thing again. It's literally just this pathing once again. If we fail here to shift where this doesn't offer, this leads down to the next leg. Failure here results in rotation back through. So if you wanted to play like a really tight long into new 15s, you could try off of 90 with your risk at this wick low here at 86 for a reactionary bid into new 15s that open in 10 seconds, where you're only risking 5 points for a potential pushback up as a volatility trade. You could try it with a higher low here into new
Purely
15s.
expecting Fed reverse repo operation data. Fed's bargain says the Fed must continue to watch both sides of its mandate. Unemployment rate drop is welcome, but it's just 1 month. This is Barkin speaking to reporters. Low hiring due to uncertainty and productivity gains. I see no reason the Fed won't get another good share. Overall economic demand still looks healthy, and modest job growth is in line with business reports. Also, Barkin says that job growth is modest, which is very much in line with low hiring, low firing continuing. Narrowness of hiring is uncomfortable. I do not hear the cost of interest being cited as a major problem for businesses. In theory, lower labor supply and lower jobs growth is a reasonable balance. It's not clear whether the job market will break toward more hiring, more firing. I do believe there is a change in productivity, not just a data artifact. And demand growth still seems quite healthy. Coming data will be important, still not trivial, and that the Fed is still trying to catch up with gaps from the shutdown. One of the benefits of the Fed system is having regional officials outside the bubble or Washington, D.C. Barking on the housing market, the only real solution is supply, and there needs to be more houses built. Jobs data can be taken at face value.
See what I mean? So you get a nice little 5 points of risk for
face value. On inflation, it will take more
10
time
points
to make up for the missing parts of reports. Missing parts of the
first risk off is into this 90.
Modest job growth is in line with business
and then
reports.
It's still just a reactionary sell
6 counterparties
into our offer that sits here.
$2 billion of Fed reverse repo operation.
And then like this short is still incredibly viable as we push back into that. And we know that they're sitting here, right? So we're going to rotate back up to this.
Minor Fed's bargain is due to
and then
deliver
we'll watch to see if that sell sits here.
1:35 p.m. Eastern Time. These are just comments coming from these comments to reporters.
Oh, I didn't mean to delete that. All right, can we make a decision, please? If NQ holds here as Russell gets into target, I'm gonna close my short and I'm gonna flip long. With us still holding where we are. Most likely going to flip long. We'll see. We're almost at our full Russell target off of that offer. But as we push back down into view up and POC, like that is going to be an incredibly reactionary level that'll give relief on the rest of the market, which can cause that these sellers who are failing right now to push us down to our secondary target will then get absolutely ruined on any look back above our balance with these lows holding on NQ. So I'm keeping that in mind while I hold onto my short runner right now from our 920. I am fully aware of the potential. This is what I'm worried about is a reactionary buy as we push down into this that then causes this low on NQ that never invalidated to hold, and then this seller get absolutely scuffed and ruined down here, and then this creates our catalyst for our push up. As soon as RTY finds its legs again. We'll see. Someone's got to sweep it. Either we're going to hold this edge, right? This is the bottom of our balance. We can see that here. We got to either clearly sustain this and then see a sweeper to push us down into that 840, 860 for our full target, or this liquidity will maintain. These guys will be trapped. Russell will find a bid down into this, and that will then result in NQ stabilizing and then rotating up. literal barcode. Holy.
This absorption on 7 key on ES is actually getting some size in, like cumulatively.
Like 500, over 500 contracts have been taken here in NQ. I really think Russell will be our catalyst. I don't think there's anything to talk about until RTY finds this relief or the sweep through, right? Like everything is still playing out. We'll either get that relief and then that pop, or it'll sweep and then continue our downtrend down. I mean, that's what we're saying. It's the battle. It's the catalyst. So I think when Russell finds its low, you get your decision. Either these guys are going to get stuff down here by trying to shift value outside of this upper balance, right? Below this. That's still in play. But if this liquidity holds and RTY comes down into VWAP and finds a bid and sell side can't sweep this through, this liquidity that's here on NQ, then we go up instead of down, right? Like it's really that's it, right? Like this is them trying to build below the bottom of our balance that we just traded. So if they fail to get any actual movement here and things come down into their pivots, that will result in a energetic bid. Like this is ES into ADR. Right. Well, the struggle isn't here. Your struggle is that you stopped out of a trade that was winning for you emotionally, and now you're trying to find a secondary, right? Like that's the actual struggle. You know what I mean? Yeah. So as long as this area is holding and we see a bounce on Russell, you can still attempt longs here, but like understand where your offer sits, right? Which is into that that 90 that 898 to 910 area. That's got to flip for anything else. We know a bid is here. We know that. We know that Russell is going to find a buyer here. It's just what happens from that. Are we still going to hold this as where the offer sits? Right? Like this is still a scalp long, but is there now a short here is the question. That's why it is a rotation. Can you still be profitable taking profit into these highs? Hell yeah, right? And we're seeing that rotation up just like we expected, right? And there's your pop. Now we watch to see if that offer sits here and if they can get back above or if this fails. But predicting that based off of Russell coming down into this low gives you a really easy trade, right? The failure from sell side will result in a rotation back up, especially with RTY finding that liquidity. Back into our range. Expect rotation through. See what I mean? Back to our offer here into 20. Russell leading. So you can fully invalidate and stop out playing off of your pivot here and still be break even on this area.
To remind in about 4 minutes time, Fitzbarkin is due to repeat comments on Outlook speech where text and Q&A is expected. This is from his speech from January 6th. There isn't a live video, it's an in-person event.
Do you understand what I'm saying by that? Is that you can just long on the break above and then it's just a rotation to our known seller, and like this stop is the same as this. So it's like we either hold here or we're going to rotate back up, and we have RTY letting us know which way we're going to break. If sell side is serious, they would hold this pivot. Like I cannot reiterate that enough. We would hold our bow low if we were going to go down. If we hold here and Russell finds that liquidity, we will look back up, and then this will become the bid for the rotations back up to our original offer. What happens here, I don't know. But with these guys all being off sides now, the potential of us now holding that ledge and then making new highs is way higher. But regardless, it's your first risk off and off of the flip.
Intel extends gains to 10% after Trump praised the company. Remember, he made those praising comments yesterday, so it's still carrying on from that.
It's because you're like you're not just being rational. Like, again, like it's like you emotionally stopped out of your short. Like, I don't know how to, I don't want to like make you feel bad about this, but I also need you to like I just walked through this entire thing of like what our catalyst would be for the long side, right? And why we took shorts where we did, because it was the reoffer point. So like, why did I flip long here and stop out of my short from 20s? You know what I mean? So because we know that if this seller can't hold here below our balance, that we're going to go back up, especially if Russell leads. So I'm then going to flip because there's no point when I know that we're just going to come back up to my average to let this stop me out. I'm going to flip and then play it up and then immediately make up for this loss here, a loss of unrealized gains, you know, quote unquote. And then this is now our catalyst for a continuation if we can get this bit above for the rotation up following our pathing, right? Like nothing has invalidated. We got our bullish move. The catalyst was Russell finding a bid at that low. If we find that bid at that low, the move plays to the upside instead of the downside. Sell side fails. That's what I walked you through before it happened for 10 minutes of what's going to happen if we don't see this sell sweep. Right? If Russell finds that bid there, we're going to punish these sellers down here. You have to be aware of like where these things are going to occur and why that's going to happen. So when we see Russell come into our pivot and what to expect, if sell side can't push down before this happens, then we will go the opposite direction. There we go. New high. Right? We just punished those sellers at the lows.
Gains to 1%.
And this is target into 940, 950. Right? Like this is what we have on screen. This is what we just talked about. If they can't break that down there, then these guys are all offsides below, and then we punish them heavily. No, man, I'm trying to teach you. I don't want this to just be a call out service, right? Like I'm really, really, really trying to show you what I see, and I'm really trying to walk you through, all of you, not Sinto specifically, all of you, like what the reactions and what I'm hoping for, and then I'm showing you my literal trades afterwards so you can see like how we're affecting in these areas. But like, if you're dependent on me to be here 24/7 to make money, that's a problem, right? Like I want you to see what I see so that you can do what I do. This goes back to what I was saying before, is like, when do you feel confident with what I'm saying where you're willing to take a trade and when you're willing to react, and when are you not? It's like I need to know the answer to that question so that I can better understand what I need to fix or change. Because if it's just like I'm long, I'm short, and you still don't take the trades, and then you chase afterwards, like I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't know, man. Let me help you.
Yes, has some liquidity in the 15. We get a secondary look.
I don't know. I highly recommend you guys rewatch that area and how I explained it and what we were looking for. If you're very confused, or if you missed this, or if you didn't flip, or anything really. I mean, I thought I did a good job, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I need to rewatch that area. I don't know. Oh, and this isn't about you, Sinto. I'm talking about the complete lack of anyone saying anything means that no one is trading this, or they're on the wrong side of the trade. And I'm confused as to why.
Deep into the Jesse Ventura vid is not a sentence I anticipated to see.
All right, Mario. I'm gonna get tilted if I stay, so I'm gonna leave. But
Enjoy your weekend.
yeah. Goodbye.